Part 2. The haunting begins. The next few days passed in a blur. Anya kept herself busy, unpacking the last of her belongings and setting up the apartment just the way she imagined it. The mirror, however, remained in the corner of the room, its presence constantly tugging at her mind. Each time she walked past it, a shiver would run down her spine, but she tried to push it aside. It was just an old piece of furniture. There was no reason to be afraid. At night, however, the fear would creep back in. The whispers started on the second night, faint at first, like the murmur of voices carried on the wind. Anya lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to ignore the feeling that something wasn't quite right. The whispers grew louder, coming from the direction of the living room. Anya's heart skipped a beat. She told herself it was nothing, just the sound of the wind, or maybe the building settling, like it always did. But then the whispers turned into something clearer, something more distinct. Words. Her name. Anya. She sat up, wide-eyed, her breath shallow. She glanced towards the living room, where the mirror stood. The whispers seemed to echo from it. In the dark, its surface shimmered, as though it were alive, as though it were waiting for her. Come closer. Anya froze. Her heart raced as her eyes flicked to the mirror again. This time, she could see it clearly. The reflection of the room behind her was faintly distorted, like the surface of water. And just as she looked, the faintest outline of a figure appeared in the mirror, just behind her. Her blood ran cold. She didn't move. She couldn't. The figure was too real, too close. Her body trembled as she stared at it, wide-eyed, her gaze fixed on the mirror. The figure in the reflection smiled at her, but it wasn't her smile. It was a twisted, malevolent grin, too wide, too wrong. The figure leaned forward and mouthed something, though Anya couldn't hear the words. Please, no. She jumped out of bed, her limbs shaking uncontrollably, and rushed to the living room, grabbing her phone off the coffee table to turn on the light. The light flickered as it illuminated the room, but the figure was gone. Her reflection in the mirror was her own. But the air felt thick, heavy, and Anya couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Shaken, she sat on the couch and stared at the mirror, hoping that the light would keep the unsettling feeling at bay. But no matter how many times she checked, the reflection always felt wrong. It wasn't just the mirror anymore. It was the entire room. The silence had become a presence, oppressive and suffocating. The whispers came again, though this time, they were no longer distant. They were close, too close. She could almost hear them in her ears. Anya, join us. She jumped, spinning around to face the mirror again. The reflection had shifted slightly. The figures, those shadowy, indistinct shapes, were moving now, flickering like they were alive. They weren't just there anymore. They were moving, creeping closer, their features becoming clearer. Anya's pulse quickened. Her breathing shallow, she stumbled backward, her mind racing. She grabbed her phone and dialed the number for her old friend, Mrs. Chaudhary. The phone rang and rang until it went to voicemail. Panic set in. She couldn't stay here, but she couldn't leave either. What was she supposed to do? Finally, her phone buzzed. Mrs. Chaudhary's name appeared on the screen. Anya. Mrs. Chaudhary's voice was shaky, as though she had been waiting for the call. You felt it, didn't you? You must leave the apartment. The mirror, it's cursed. Anya's breath caught in her throat. I don't understand. What's happening? The mirror, Mrs. Chaudhary continued, her voice more urgent now. It's been in your family for generations, but it's more than just a mirror. It was used to trap a spirit, a vengeful one. Your grandmother kept it hidden, for good reason. It feeds on the living. It pulls them into the reflection. The spirit, it wants to escape. Anya's head spun. What do I do? What can I do? You need to get rid of it. There's a way, but it's dangerous. You'll have to face the spirit inside the mirror and break the bond. The line went dead before Anya could respond, leaving her alone with the echo of Mrs. Chaudhary's warning. Her head was spinning. The house felt more oppressive than ever before. The whispers now felt like claws dragging at her mind, clawing their way into her thoughts. Anya knew she had to act quickly before whatever was in the mirror reached out to her, as it had in her nightmares. She stood frozen, staring at her reflection in the mirror. A flicker of movement caught her eye. The face in the reflection wasn't hers anymore. It was a woman, her grandmother, but something was wrong. Her face was gaunt, hollowed out, her eyes sunken. The reflection of her grandmother mouthed the words, "Get out." But it was too late. The mirror began to ripple, like water disturbed by a stone, distorting the image of the room. The reflections of furniture, her books, and even the light flickered and twisted as if they were being sucked into the glass. Anya's heartbeat thudded in her chest. She backed away, but the air in the room grew thick, heavier, pressing in on her chest. The whispers grew louder now, louder than ever. They were no longer words. They were commands. "Come closer." Anya stumbled back, the darkness pressing down on her. She could feel something cold brushing against her skin, as if the mirror itself were reaching for her. Then everything went black. Part 3. The Curse Revealed. Anya's eyes snapped open to a world of dark silence. Her body was stiff, her head pounding as if someone had driven spikes into her skull. For a moment, she couldn't remember where she was or how she had ended up on the floor. Then it all came rushing back. The mirror, the whispers, the reflection of her grandmother, the feeling of being pulled into the glass. She was in the living room, lying on the floor in front of the mirror. The apartment was still, and the air was thick with an unnatural heaviness. The light from the window barely pierced through the heavy curtains, casting faint shadows across the room. Anya sat up, her hands trembling as she reached for her phone to call Mrs. Chaudhary again. But her phone was gone. Her heart skipped a beat. Panic surged within her chest. The air around her seemed to grow colder, and for a split second, she thought she saw something move in the reflection of the mirror. Something dark and formless, like a shadow stretching across the glass. Anya didn't know how much longer she could stay here. Every instinct told her to run, but where would she go? The cursed mirror had already claimed this apartment, and she wasn't sure it would let her leave so easily. She glanced toward the broken mirror. It was still there, hanging undisturbed on the wall. But it was different now. Darker, somehow. The cracks that had marred its surface the night before were gone, and the reflection seemed unervingly clear. Anya shuddered, but she knew what she had to do. She couldn't let this go on. She had to understand what was happening, or it would destroy her. For the next few hours, Anya searched through every drawer, every closet, and every box in the apartment. She found nothing that could explain the madness that had consumed her life since she moved in. But then, in the back of a forgotten box, buried beneath old clothes and books, she found a dusty journal, a journal that belonged to her grandmother. Anya opened it, the pages brittle with age. The first few pages were filled with mundane entries, shopping lists, notes about neighbors, memories of family gatherings. But as she turned the pages, the tone shifted. The writing grew more erratic, the ink darker, as if her grandmother's hand had been trembling as she wrote. "The mirror is growing stronger. It calls to me, whispers in my sleep. I can feel the spirits within it, clawing at the glass, trying to break free. I must do everything I can to keep them inside. It wants me. It wants my soul, and I can't let it have me. Not yet. Not until I find the way to destroy it." Anya's stomach churned as she read the words. Her grandmother had known. She had known all along that something was wrong with the mirror. And yet, she never told anyone. Anya flipped through the pages, and a disturbing thought began to form in her mind. Was this why her grandmother had been so distant in her last years? Had she been trying to protect them from something? From the curse that was now threatening to consume Anya? She turned the final page. There, in the margins of the journal, was a single line, written hastily, as if her grandmother had been running out of time. The mirror was never meant to hold just any spirit. It trapped something far more dangerous. My great-grandmother's spirit. She was a part of something dark, and it is that darkness that has been feeding on us ever since. Anya's hands trembled as she read the words. Her great-grandmother? She had never heard much about her, except that she had passed away mysteriously before Anya was born. But now, her name appeared in this journal, tied to the curse, to the mirror. Suddenly, Anya heard a sound, a soft tapping, like fingers drumming on glass. She froze, her heart leaping into her throat. It was coming from the mirror. With dread crawling up her spine, Anya turned to face it. At first, the reflection looked normal. Her own image stared back at her, but then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw something move. Something was wrong. The light in the reflection flickered, and for a brief moment, she saw something shift, a face, pale and twisted, staring back at her with empty eyes. The figure in the mirror was not her grandmother. It was someone else. Anya's breath caught in her throat. The face in the mirror smiled at her, a slow, cruel grin. It was her great-grandmother, or at least the spirit of her. But it was different now. Her features were stretched, contorted, as if the spirit had been trapped in the glass for far too long. "Why did you come here?" the figure whispered, its voice like 1,000 soft, rasping breaths. "You were never meant to see this." Anya stumbled backward, her mind racing. This was what her grandmother had been trying to warn her about. The spirit, trapped in the mirror for generations, had been trying to escape. And now it was reaching out for her. The whispers started again, louder this time, filling the room with a sense of dread. Anya felt the weight of them pressing against her chest, suffocating her. "Join us. You cannot leave. You belong to us now." The mirror began to ripple, like a reflection on water disturbed by an unseen force. Anya's heart pounded in her chest. She could feel the room growing colder, the shadows in the corners of the room stretching as if they were alive. It was too much. She needed to act fast. With trembling hands, Anya grabbed her grandmother's journal again and scanned it for any clue, any instruction on how to break the curse. She had to destroy the mirror. She had to free herself before it consumed her, just like it had consumed everyone before her. And then, she found it. A single line, written in hurried script at the end of the journal. To break the curse, the spirit must be forced to confront its past. The mirror must be shattered, but only after the spirit has seen the truth. Anya's heart raced. The truth. What truth? And why did it sound so dangerous? The figure in the mirror grinned wider, its face distorted with an eerie delight. "You will never leave," it whispered. Anya had no choice. She had to face whatever was in that mirror. The spirit. The curse. Everything. She didn't know how, but she was going to end it tonight. No matter the cost. Part 4. The final confrontation. The air in the room was thick with tension. Anya's heart hammered against her chest as she clutched the journal tightly, her mind racing with the terrifying knowledge she had just uncovered. The spirit trapped within the mirror was more than just an entity. It was the twisted reflection of her great-grandmother, a spirit bound by darkness and hunger for release. And now, it was trying to claim her, to pull her into the mirror like so many others before her. Anya glanced at the reflection once more. The figure in the glass had vanished, but the weight of its presence still lingered in the room, like an invisible hand pressing down on her chest. She could feel it, the dark pull, the icy grip that threatened to drag her into the depths of the mirror. She had no time to waste. She had to act now before it was too late. Taking a deep breath, Anya set the journal down on the table and began to gather the courage to face what lay ahead. The entry she had found in the journal, the one about confronting the truth, echoed in her mind. She had to make the spirit face its past. But how? What truth could she possibly uncover that would break the curse? A sudden noise behind her made her jump. She spun around, her pulse spiking. The mirror, it was rippling again. The surface of the glass shimmered like water disturbed by a stone. And then, slowly, the reflection began to shift. This time, the figure that appeared wasn't just a silhouette. It was clear. It was her great-grandmother, or at least a distorted version of her. Her face was gaunt and twisted, the eyes sunken into deep sockets. She was smiling, but it was a cruel smile, one that sent chills down Anya's spine. "Come closer," the figure said, its voice low and guttural. "You can't escape. You are already mine." Anya's breath hitched. The reflection of her great-grandmother reached out with skeletal hands, and in that instant, Anya felt something cold brush her arm, as if the mirror itself were trying to pull her into its depths. "No," Anya whispered, backing away, her mind spinning. "I won't let you have me." But the mirror didn't stop. The figure's hand pressed against the glass, and suddenly, the room grew colder, the shadows creeping along the walls. Anya felt the room shift, the walls seemed to close in, and the air became suffocating. The whispers grew louder, rushing toward her like a tidal wave of voices. "Join us. You belong here." Anya's eyes widened in terror. This wasn't just a mirror. This was a portal, a doorway to something beyond. The figure in the reflection was reaching for her, its fingers pressing through the glass, twisting in unnatural angles, trying to drag her in. Anya could feel it now, the truth. The mirror wasn't just trapping spirits. It was a prison for something worse. The spirit of her great-grandmother had been part of something much darker, something that had opened a gateway for vengeful spirits to enter the world. That was why it had trapped so many lives, to feed and grow stronger. The realization hit her like a blow to the chest. She wasn't just trying to destroy the mirror to break the curse. She was trying to stop a darkness from escaping, from consuming everything. She had to act now. With shaking hands, Anya grabbed the journal again, flipping through the pages until she found the final line, the one that could break the curse. The spirit needed to face its past. She wasn't sure how to make it happen, but she knew she had no choice. Anya ran to the center of the room, her mind racing as she prepared to face the spirit head-on. Her great-grandmother's reflection was watching her, its hollow eyes following her every move. "I will not join you," Anya declared, her voice shaking but strong. "I will not be a part of this curse." The figure in the mirror tilted its head, its smile widening. It didn't speak, but its expression said everything. It was enjoying her fear, savoring the control it had over her. The whispers grew louder, surrounding her, filling her head with an overwhelming cacophony of voices. But Anya wasn't afraid anymore. She understood now. The spirit in the mirror had been trapped by its own greed. It had wanted more power, more souls. And now, it was her turn to stop it. She reached into the journal, flipping to the back where she had found a ritual, an ancient method to force a spirit to confront its past. It wasn't pretty, and it was dangerous, but it was the only chance she had. Anya closed her eyes and began to chant the words she had read. At first, nothing happened. The mirror's surface remained still. But then, the room grew colder, the air heavier. The spirit began to scream, its twisted form in the reflection thrashing and writhing. "Let go," Anya shouted, her voice breaking as she held onto the journal with all her strength. "Face your past. You cannot escape what you've done." The mirror shook violently. The whispers turned into howls of agony, the glass rippling like a storm on the surface of the ocean. The reflection of her great-grandmother began to distort, her face morphing into something unrecognizable, her form twisting and stretching, as if the spirit were being pulled apart. Anya felt a sharp, freezing pain shoot through her chest. The mirror was fighting back, resisting the ritual, trying to hold onto its power. But Anya didn't stop. She pushed through the pain, focusing on the words, on the truth that had been hidden for so long. She had to make the spirit see the destruction it had caused, the lives it had ruined. The glass shattered with a deafening crack. Anya screamed as shards of the mirror flew through the air, the room engulfed in a blinding light. The reflection of her great-grandmother was gone, swallowed by the darkness that had consumed her. For a moment, everything was still. The air cleared. The whispers faded. Anya collapsed to her knees, her hands still gripping the journal. The weight of what she had just done hung heavily in the air, but the room, her apartment, felt lighter. Part 5. The Final Farewell. The morning after the chaos was eerily calm. Anya stood in the middle of the living room, her heart still racing, her body trembling with the aftershocks of what she had just endured. The shards of the mirror lay scattered across the floor, glittering like dangerous confetti, but the air no longer felt heavy with darkness. The whispers were gone, replaced by an unsettling silence that seemed to press in from all sides. Anya took a deep breath and slowly surveyed the apartment. It felt different now. Lighter, freer. The weight that had been pressing down on her chest for days had finally lifted. She glanced at the broken mirror, its shards reflecting fractured images of the room. She felt no fear this time, only a lingering sadness for the curse that had plagued her family for generations. Her great-grandmother's spirit was gone, released from the glass, but she didn't know what that meant for her family. Had her great-grandmother been the one to cast the curse, or had something darker been behind it? Was the spirit a victim, or was it just as guilty as the others trapped in the mirror? Anya couldn't answer that, and maybe she didn't need to. What mattered was that the curse was broken, and she had survived it. She would never forget the horrors she had faced, the terror that had nearly consumed her. But in the end, she had done what needed to be done. The apartment felt like a sanctuary now, a place that was hers, free of the shadows that had once stalked her every step. But even though the curse was gone, Anya knew she couldn't stay here any longer. She couldn't keep living in the place that had nearly destroyed her. She grabbed her coat and her purse, but as she turned to leave, something caught her eye, the journal, resting on the coffee table. It seemed almost untouched by everything that had happened, as if the chaos and madness had never touched it. Anya walked over and picked it up, flipping through the pages one last time. Her grandmother's handwriting still felt familiar, even after everything that had transpired. But this time, there were no warnings, no cryptic messages about curses or spirits. There was only one line at the very end. To the one who sets us free, know that you are the last. The mirror has claimed its final soul. Anya felt a chill creep down her spine, but it wasn't fear. It was something deeper, something that she couldn't quite explain. She closed the journal and stood there for a moment, listening to the silence that filled the room. It was a silence that spoke of freedom. It was a silence she had earned. She placed the journal back on the table and turned to leave, but as she reached for the door, she hesitated. The mirror shards, now dull and harmless, still lay on the floor, remnants of the evil that had once filled the room. But what would happen if someone else moved in? What if the curse came back? Anya shook her head, as if trying to shake the thoughts away. She couldn't carry that burden. It wasn't hers to bear anymore. The spirit had been freed, and the mirror destroyed. That was the end of the story. She walked out the door, closing it gently behind her. The apartment complex felt quieter than it ever had before. Anya made her way down the stairs, the weight of the past few days still heavy in her mind. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a soft orange glow across the streets. She hadn't realized how much she missed the warmth of daylight, the peace of a new day. As Anya reached the front door, she stopped and glanced back at the building, as though something was calling her attention. For a split second, she thought she saw something, a figure standing by the window, staring out at her. But when she blinked, the figure was gone. It was probably just her imagination. Maybe it was the stress, or maybe it was the remnants of the curse that still lingered in her mind. She shook her head again, and this time, the thought left her. Anya took a deep breath and stepped out onto the street. The world felt different, like she was seeing it for the first time. The past few months had been a blur, a nightmare that she had somehow emerged from. But now, as the city stretched out before her, she knew it was time to move forward. She had faced the darkness. She had survived it. And now, she could live. As she walked away from the apartment, a final, soft breeze brushed against her skin. The warmth of the sun filled her, and for the first time in a long while, she felt truly free. But as she walked, she couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed her. Something from the mirror. Something from the curse. It was just a feeling, a shadow in the back of her mind, but it wouldn't let her go. She glanced over her shoulder, half expecting to see a figure in the distance. But the street was empty, the buildings quiet. Anya took another step, her heart pounding. She could feel the presence still lingering, just out of reach, like a cold breath on her neck. She didn't stop. She couldn't. She kept walking, one step after another, into the unknown. Title: The Forgotten Portrait. Part 1. The Auctioned Portrait. Amira had always been fascinated by art. Her small apartment was filled with paintings and sculptures she had collected over the years. But none of them were as special as the one she found at a local auction one rainy evening. The auction house, nestled in a quiet corner of the city, was filled with antique furniture, old trinkets, and dusty relics of the past. As she wandered through the aisles, something caught her eye: a large, ornate portrait framed in dark mahogany. The painting depicted a woman with piercing eyes and a serene expression, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders. There was something oddly magnetic about the portrait, as though the woman in the painting was staring right at her, drawing her in. Amira felt an inexplicable pull toward it. The auctioneer, an elderly man with glasses perched at the edge of his nose, stood beside the painting, nodding approvingly. "This painting," he said in a gravelly voice, "was created by the renowned artist Elias Nightshade. It's said to be one of his last works before his mysterious disappearance." The room seemed to hush as Amira's gaze never left the portrait. The bidding started, but Amira's thoughts were elsewhere. She didn't know why, but she needed to own this painting. The auctioneer's words about Elias Nightshade's disappearance only fueled her curiosity. Without thinking, she raised her paddle. The bid went higher, and Amira followed without hesitation. Eventually, she won the painting, her heart pounding in her chest. It wasn't just the price that excited her, it was the feeling of possessing something so enigmatic. When the portrait was delivered to her apartment the following day, Amira felt a thrill. She immediately hung it on the wall of her living room, where it would be the first thing anyone would see when they entered. The woman's eyes seemed to follow her every movement. That night, Amira sat in front of the portrait, feeling strangely uneasy but unable to look away. It was as if the woman in the painting was waiting for something. But Amira pushed the thought aside, telling herself it was just her imagination running wild. As she turned off the lights and climbed into bed, a shiver ran down her spine. The room seemed colder than usual. She glanced toward the painting, but the soft light from the street outside illuminated it in a way that made the woman's eyes gleam. Suddenly, Amira heard a whisper. It was faint, but it was unmistakable. "Help me." She sat up, her heart racing. The room was silent now, and she quickly glanced around, trying to shake off the chill that had settled over her. Had she imagined it? She tried to convince herself it was the wind or a noise from the building settling. But then, the whisper came again. "Help me." Amira felt her breath catch in her throat. Her gaze darted toward the portrait, and for a brief moment, she swore she saw the woman in the painting move, her lips barely parting as if she were speaking. Amira's pulse quickened. She wasn't sure what was happening, but she knew she couldn't ignore it. The painting, the whispers, the strange connection. It was all too much. She needed answers. Part 2. The Curse of Elias Nightshade. Amira sat frozen in her bed, the weight of the whisper still hanging in the air. The voice was no longer there, but the coldness, the sense of being watched, persisted. She tried to convince herself it was just a product of her overactive imagination. It was the thrill of acquiring a painting so full of mystery. After all, the auctioneer had mentioned the artist's name, Elias Nightshade, a reclusive figure whose paintings were considered masterpieces in certain circles. Nightshade had vanished nearly a century ago under mysterious circumstances, and his works were rare, fetching exorbitant prices when they appeared in auction houses. But beyond that, there were few details available about his life. What had truly happened to him? Was the story of his disappearance just another artist's tragic tale? Amira tossed and turned in bed for what seemed like hours, but sleep wouldn't come. The image of the woman in the painting, her eyes following every move, her lips whispering in a language Amira couldn't understand, refused to leave her thoughts. She finally sat up in bed, her heart pounding, her hands trembling as she reached for her phone. She needed to know more. A quick search revealed the artist's name, but the information was sparse. His works were known for their hyperrealism, their ability to evoke emotion through vivid details and color. But the more Amira dug, the more she found that most of the information was steeped in dark rumors and ghost stories. People claimed that Nightshade had become obsessed with the supernatural, that he had delved into occult practices in the final years of his life. One article caught her eye. The headline read, "The Disappearance of Elias Nightshade. Was he a madman, or was he trapped in his own work?" The article was speculative, but it mentioned that Nightshade had been working on a series of portraits just before his disappearance, portraits that had a peculiar effect on their viewers. According to the story, those who had spent long periods staring at his paintings began to report strange occurrences, whispers, shadows in the corner of their vision, and vivid dreams of people trapped inside the frames. Amira's breath caught in her throat. The article mentioned one particular portrait, a woman with piercing eyes, dark hair, and an almost lifelike expression, the very same description of the portrait now hanging on her living room wall. The article quoted a source who claimed to have spoken with one of Nightshade's former assistants, a woman who had helped him paint the series. The assistant had been found wandering the streets in a dazed state, claiming that the portrait of the woman had been cursed. The assistant had told the police that Nightshade's obsession with the portrait had become all-consuming, and he had warned her that the painting was somehow connected to the spirit of a woman who had died under mysterious circumstances. As Amira read the details, a cold dread settled in her chest. The woman in the painting, could she be the same one? The one who had died? The whispers, the cold sensation, and the strange feeling of being drawn into the painting seemed to align with the reports. The piece was more than just a work of art, it was a doorway. A knock at the door startled her from her thoughts. It was just after midnight, and she hadn't expected anyone. She grabbed a robe and hurried to the door, her heart still racing from the revelation. When she opened it, there was no one there, only an envelope resting on the doorstep. Confused, she bent down to pick it up. The envelope was heavy, made of old parchment, and the handwriting on the front was elegant, almost too perfect. It simply read, "For Amira." Her hands shook as she opened it, and inside, she found a single sheet of paper. The note was short but chilling. "The woman in your painting is waiting. She has seen you, and now you must listen. Find the truth, or she will take you too." Amira's blood ran cold as she read the words again. The letter didn't have a return address or a signature, but there was no mistaking the message. The painting was more than it seemed. And now, someone, or something, wanted her to uncover its dark secrets. She felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of urgency. She could no longer ignore the strange happenings. The whispers, the chill in the air, and the unnerving presence that seemed to haunt her. She needed to know what the painting truly meant. She had to uncover the truth before it was too late. Amira decided to visit the library the next morning, hoping to find more information about Elias Nightshade and the woman in the painting. She couldn't rely on internet searches alone. She needed something concrete, something real. The library was quiet when she arrived, the musty smell of old books filling the air. Amira made her way to the art section, where she found a few books on Nightshade, though most were obscure and out of print. She flipped through pages and pages of the artist's works but found little about the woman in the portrait. Frustrated, she was about to leave when she noticed a small, weathered book tucked away on a high shelf. The title read, "Elias Nightshade, the Tragic Genius." Pulling the book down, she opened it to the first chapter. It was mostly about Nightshade's early life and career, but as she continued reading, she stumbled upon something that made her blood run cold. The book mentioned a portrait he had painted of a woman named Isolde Duval. Isolde was said to be a beautiful but mysterious woman who had become Nightshade's muse, captivating him with her beauty and haunting presence. But the book didn't just talk about her as a muse. It described her as someone who had been involved in an accident, a tragic fall that had taken her life, or so everyone had thought. The book went on to suggest that Nightshade had painted Isolde's portrait as a way of immortalizing her, capturing her spirit in the frame. But there was something else. The book hinted that Nightshade had begun to see Isolde in the painting, even talking to her, as if she were still alive. Some believed that Nightshade's obsession with Isolde had led him to dabble in dark practices, trying to bring her back. But something had gone wrong. The final entry in the book was a chilling one. Elias Nightshade had vanished without a trace, and Isolde's portrait was said to have been the last piece he ever painted before his disappearance. It was rumored that the painting, like the others, had a dangerous power. It could trap souls, drawing them in and holding them hostage within its frame. Amira's hands trembled as she closed the book. Her mind raced with the implications. The portrait she had bought, was it truly the same one that had once belonged to Elias Nightshade? Was it the cursed portrait that had claimed his life and the lives of those who had owned it? Was it already too late for her? She had to know more. There was no turning back now. Amira left the library in a daze, the book still clutched tightly in her hands. As she walked home, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was following her. She quickened her pace, her footsteps echoing in the empty streets. The wind had picked up, swirling around her like it was trying to lead her somewhere. When she returned to her apartment, she immediately went to the living room and stood in front of the painting. The woman's eyes seemed even more alive now, her expression more haunting. The whispers were back, louder this time, as if they were urging her to come closer. Amira stepped forward. Part 3. The Spirit's Bargain. Amira stood motionless, her hands still resting on the portrait's ornate frame. Her heart raced in her chest, and a cold sweat broke out along her spine. The voice, clear and desperate, echoed in her mind, sending tremors through her body. "Help me, Amira. Help me, or you'll be trapped like the others." The whispering, once faint and distant, was now loud and commanding. Her fingers trembled, but she couldn't pull them away from the frame. It was as if the painting were holding her, binding her to it. Her reflection in the glass seemed to shift, becoming distorted, as if the woman in the portrait was reaching out, pulling her closer. Amira's thoughts raced. This couldn't be real. She had read the book at the library, and every piece of information she had gathered pointed to the same conclusion. The portrait was cursed. Isolde Duval, the woman in the painting, was more than just a tragic muse. She was a spirit trapped within the frame. Nightshade had tried to bring her back, but in doing so, he had unwittingly created a prison for her soul. And now, that spirit was calling to her. The room felt colder, the air thick with an unnatural heaviness. Amira could barely breathe. She staggered backward, breaking contact with the portrait, but the whispering didn't stop. It continued, louder now, as if the woman in the painting was becoming more desperate. "Amira, please. You can't escape. You're already part of the curse. Help me, or you will suffer as they did." Amira's hands shook, and she felt a knot form in her stomach. She had to know more. She couldn't let this go on. The danger, the sense of being ensnared by something dark and powerful, was too real now to ignore. The painting. It had to have a connection to Nightshade's disappearance. The article she read spoke of his obsession with Isolde. It mentioned how he had grown increasingly unstable, convinced that he could bring her back from the dead. But why did the painting still call to her? Why was it so intent on pulling her in? With a heavy heart, Amira turned her gaze back to the portrait. The woman's eyes were no longer just a reflection. They seemed to pierce through her, to see straight into her soul. She swallowed hard, and, for the first time, the voice in her mind stopped. The painting's expression shifted, just slightly, but enough for Amira to notice. "I can offer you a bargain," the voice said, now more clearly, yet filled with a sense of finality. "Help me escape, and I will grant you your deepest wish." Amira froze. A bargain? The very idea of making a deal with a spirit, with whatever force was trapped inside that cursed frame, seemed insane. But the offer was tempting. What could a spirit possibly offer her? What did she want most? She had been struggling for years, caught in the monotony of her life, searching for meaning. A purpose. A sense of fulfillment she couldn't find in her art collection or her daily routine. Maybe this spirit could give her that, a way out of the emptiness she had felt for so long. But at what cost? Amira, torn between fear and curiosity, took a step closer to the painting. Her hand hovered above the frame, and for a fleeting moment, she thought she saw the woman in the painting smile. But it wasn't a comforting smile. It was a smile full of secrets, of things left unsaid. What do you want in exchange? Amira whispered, her voice barely audible. The woman's lips moved as though she were speaking directly to Amira. A soul. One must be given in exchange for my freedom. Amira's stomach dropped. A soul. The words hung heavy in the air, like an unspoken promise. The curse, the pact, the bargain, they were all real. Isolde was offering her something unimaginable in return for freedom, but at the expense of another's life. Amira recoiled, her mind reeling. I can't do that, she said, her voice trembling. I won't. But the voice in her mind only grew louder, more insistent, like an unseen force pressing down on her, urging her to accept the deal. You already are part of the curse. You feel it, don't you? The presence, the whispers, the pull toward me. You can't escape it. You must help me. Amira took a step back, her hands clutching her chest. This wasn't just a bargain. It was a trap. The spirit wasn't asking for help. It was coercing her, using her curiosity, her desire for something more in her life, to bring her deeper into its web. The voice seemed to grow distant, almost resigned, and then spoke one final time. You have 3 days. Help me, or be consumed by the curse. You cannot escape what has already begun. With that, the room fell silent. Amira stood frozen, her heart racing. 3 days. She had 3 days to make a choice she never thought she would have to make. To help the spirit, to release it from the painting, would mean killing someone. But if she didn't break the curse, she might become the next victim, trapped inside the painting forever. She turned away from the portrait, her legs weak beneath her. She couldn't think straight. The weight of the decision pressed on her mind, a suffocating force that clouded her thoughts. The clock was ticking. Part 4, The Dark Pact. The days passed in a haze. Amira could feel herself losing control, as if the very walls of her apartment were closing in around her. The whispers had intensified, now echoing in every corner of her mind. They were louder, more insistent, urging her toward the painting. Every time she looked at the portrait, the woman's eyes seemed to call to her, pulling her closer with an unseen force. It wasn't just a painting anymore. It was a gateway, a trap. 3 days. That was all she had left. The words kept running through her mind, growing louder with each passing minute. Amira knew she couldn't ignore it much longer. The sense of dread and suffocating pressure was becoming unbearable. The curse was real, and there was no denying it anymore. In the stillness of the night, Amira couldn't escape the truth. The spirit was waiting. It had chosen her, and now she was tied to it in ways she didn't understand. She paced around the room, her thoughts spiraling. She had tried everything to break free, to ignore the whispers, to resist the temptation of the curse. But it was too strong, too relentless. And now, there was no turning back. She was already a part of it. She needed answers, but time was running out. The only place she could think to go was the library. The book she had read about Elias Nightshade's mysterious life had given her pieces of the puzzle, but it wasn't enough. She had to know more about the woman in the portrait, about the dark history that had bound her to it. And maybe, just maybe, there was a way to destroy the curse without giving in to the spirit's demands. Amira grabbed her coat and left the apartment, her steps heavy, her mind racing. The city outside was dark and quiet, the streets empty except for the occasional car driving by. The cold wind bit at her skin as she walked toward the library, the weight of the decision pressing on her every step. When she arrived, the library was quiet, just as it had been the other day. She walked through the aisles, scanning the shelves for anything that could help. She needed to find something, a clue, a piece of information that would give her a way out. She found the section on local folklore, ancient curses, and the occult, but nothing seemed to offer a solution. The books she skimmed through spoke of rituals, ancient practices, and spirits trapped in objects, but they all seemed to be mere theories, unable to provide concrete answers. She was about to give up when a familiar title caught her eye, The Curse of the Portrait, Elias Nightshade and His Last Work. Amira pulled the book from the shelf, her hands trembling. She hadn't seen this one before, but it seemed like the exact thing she needed. As she flipped through the pages, her eyes widened at the shocking details. This wasn't just about Nightshade's life, it was about the curse itself. The book described the very portrait she had bought, the one that now hung on her living room wall. According to the book, Nightshade had been obsessed with capturing the essence of the woman he had painted, a woman named Isolde Duval. She had been the love of his life, or so he had claimed, but she had died under mysterious circumstances. Nightshade, in his grief, had sought to bring her back by painting her portrait. But in doing so, he had unwittingly trapped her soul in the frame, creating a doorway to the world of the dead. The book went on to describe the power of the painting. It wasn't just a piece of art. It was a vessel for the trapped spirit, a prison that could consume anyone who became too curious about it. Nightshade had become obsessed with the portrait, and it was said that he had even begun to communicate with the soul through the painting. But the more he delved into it, the more he lost himself. His obsession turned into madness, and eventually, he vanished without a trace. Some said he had become part of the painting, his soul forever bound to it. Amira's hands shook as she turned the page, desperate to find a way out. Finally, she found a passage that seemed to hold the answer she was looking for. It spoke of a ritual that could break the curse, a ritual that would require the person who had come into contact with the painting to confront the spirit inside it. They would have to make the spirit face its past, acknowledge the wrongs it had committed, and break the bond that had trapped it. But there was a catch. The book warned that the ritual would come at a great cost. The spirit would not let go without a fight. It would try to take the person who performed the ritual, pulling them into the painting. And if they failed, they would be trapped there forever, their soul becoming part of the portrait along with the spirit. Amira's stomach churned as she read the words. The cost was too high. She wasn't sure if she was strong enough to face the spirit, to confront the darkness that had been bound to that painting for so long. But as she closed the book, a thought crossed her mind. What if there was another way? The spirit had offered her a bargain, a chance to release it in exchange for a soul. If she could destroy the curse without accepting its bargain, would she be free? Or would she, too, become part of the painting? Her thoughts were interrupted by the sudden sound of footsteps behind her. She turned quickly, her heart racing, but there was no one there. Just the empty aisles of the library. She felt it again, the presence. The cold, oppressive feeling that had been following her ever since she had brought the painting into her life. It was getting stronger, and she could feel the pull of the spirit drawing her back toward her apartment. It wasn't just a painting anymore, it was a part of her, and the spirit inside it was not going to let her go without a fight. Amira closed the book and hurried out of the library, clutching it to her chest. She didn't know what she was going to do, but one thing was certain, she couldn't wait any longer. The spirit was getting closer, and she had to make a choice. She had 3 days. But what would happen after that? As she walked back to her apartment, the air around her grew colder, the whispers louder. The woman in the painting was waiting. And Amira had to decide, would she help the spirit escape, or would she face the curse and try to break it on her own? Part 5. The final choice. Amira couldn't shake the feeling of unease as she walked back to her apartment. The whispers in her mind were getting louder, more urgent. The woman in the painting, Isolde Duval, was waiting for her, calling to her. The chill in the air grew colder with each step she took. The weight of the choice she had to make pressed down on her like an iron chain. She had 3 days. The spirit had made it clear. 3 days to make a decision that would change everything. The more she thought about it, the more desperate her situation seemed. The ritual described in the book was her only hope of breaking the curse, but the cost was horrifying. If she failed, she would be trapped in the painting forever, her soul bound to it, just like the others who had fallen victim to it. The idea of facing the spirit, of confronting the darkness that had been imprisoned in that frame for so long, terrified her. Could she survive it? Could she really make the spirit face its past and free herself from its grip? But the alternative, accepting the bargain, offering a soul in exchange for freedom, was just as unthinkable. The thought of sacrificing someone, of condemning another to the same fate she had narrowly escaped, was unbearable. She couldn't live with that. But could she live with the knowledge that she might become a part of the portrait, too? Amira pushed open the door to her apartment, her mind racing. She couldn't avoid it any longer. The painting hung on the wall, its presence overwhelming. The woman in the portrait seemed to have grown more vivid, more alive. Her eyes gleamed in the low light, and Amira swore she saw her lips move once more, whispering in a language Amira couldn't understand. Amira! She flinched. The voice was louder this time, clearer. It came from the painting, and it was unmistakable. She could feel Isolde's presence, like a cold hand brushing against her soul. You cannot escape. You are part of this curse now. Help me, or be lost forever. Amira's breath caught in her throat. The air felt thick, suffocating. The whispering seemed to surround her, filling every corner of the room. She couldn't think straight. The walls were closing in on her. She had to make a decision, and she had to make it soon. Without another thought, Amira crossed the room and stood in front of the portrait. Her reflection in the glass looked pale, haggard, as if the weight of the curse had already begun to take its toll. The woman in the painting, Isolde, stared at her with pleading eyes, a sense of desperation in her expression. Amira's hands shook as she placed them on the frame. Her fingers brushed the surface of the glass, and a strange jolt of energy passed through her. The connection between her and the spirit deepened, and the room seemed to shift. She could feel herself being drawn into the painting, as if the woman's gaze was pulling her toward the darkness beyond. It was time. She had no choice. The whispers had made it clear. She had to confront the spirit, face whatever it was that had been trapped in that frame for so long. Amira closed her eyes and began to chant the words from the book, the ritual she had found earlier. Her voice trembled at first, but she forced herself to speak louder, more confidently. The air in the room grew colder, and the shadows seemed to shift around her. She could feel the painting come alive, the energy in the room crackling with intensity. The woman in the portrait was no longer just a figure. She was a presence, a force that demanded attention. Amira focused on the words, calling on the spirit to face the truth of its existence. She could feel the woman's energy growing stronger, the room becoming darker, more oppressive. But Amira didn't stop. She couldn't stop now. The whispers grew louder, and Amira felt a sharp, cold pain in her chest. The spirit was fighting back, trying to pull her into the painting, to take her soul and trap her in the frame. But she couldn't let it. She had to finish the ritual. Isolde, Amira whispered, her voice cracking. You don't have to be trapped anymore. Face the truth. Let go of the darkness. The woman's expression faltered, her face shifting from desperation to confusion. The whispers started to fade, replaced by a deep silence. The painting seemed to pulse with energy, the glass rippling like water disturbed by a stone. Amira stepped back, her heart racing, her breathing shallow. The room was still, and for a moment, she thought she had failed. But then, something happened. The painting flickered, and the woman in the portrait seemed to change. Her eyes softened, her expression less haunting. The cold, oppressive energy in the room began to dissipate, and for the first time since Amira had brought the painting into her apartment, the room felt warm, as though the spirit had finally been freed. Amira's legs gave way beneath her, and she sank to the floor, exhausted. The pain in her chest had subsided, and the room was no longer filled with whispers. It was quiet, peaceful. She looked up at the portrait, but the woman's eyes were no longer fixed on her. The once terrifying figure had softened, her expression calm, almost serene. The darkness that had consumed the painting was gone. For a long moment, Amira sat in silence, trying to process what had just happened. She had done it. She had freed the spirit. The curse was broken. But just as she thought she could breathe a sigh of relief, the whispers returned. But this time, they weren't coming from the painting. Amira! She whipped her head around, her heart racing. The voice was soft, familiar. It came from behind her, and when she turned, she saw a figure standing in the doorway. It was her own reflection. Amira! The reflection repeated, but it wasn't her voice. It was the voice of the woman in the painting. Her reflection in the glass smirked, its eyes gleaming with an unnerving sense of satisfaction. "You can't escape now, Amira. You're mine." Amira gasped, but before she could react, the reflection stepped out of the painting, her hands reaching for Amira's throat. Part 7. The Aftermath. Amira woke to an eerie silence. Her eyes fluttered open, and she found herself lying on the floor, the shards of glass from the shattered portrait scattered around her like broken dreams. The room, once cold and filled with the oppressive weight of the curse, now felt strangely calm. The air was warm, the atmosphere lighter, as though something had lifted, something had finally been set free. But as Amira slowly sat up, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was still off. The apartment was exactly as it had been before, yet it felt unfamiliar. The air, once thick with dread, now seemed empty, and for a moment, she wondered if she had truly escaped the curse, or if it had merely shifted to something else. She stood up cautiously, her body sore from the strain of the ritual. Her hands were trembling as she ran them through her hair. She was exhausted, her mind racing as she tried to piece together everything that had happened. The portrait was gone, shattered into 1,000 pieces, but what had become of the spirit of Isolde? Was it truly free? Or had something else been released in the process? The room was silent. Too silent. Amira's eyes darted around, and when she glanced at the wall where the portrait had once hung, she froze. For a moment, she thought she had imagined it. But no, it was real. The painting's outline, the shadows of its former frame, still lingered on the wall, as though it had never been taken down. A faint, almost imperceptible image seemed to shimmer there, a reflection, a presence. Her pulse quickened. Had the spirit come back? Was it lingering, trapped in the walls? No. Amira whispered to herself, shaking her head. She didn't want to believe it, but the unease gnawed at her. She walked toward the wall, her legs unsteady. The faint outline was still there, almost as though the painting's image had burned itself into the wall, leaving an impression. But there was no longer any trace of the woman. No Isolde, no haunting figure, just the lingering presence of something that felt wrong. Amira reached out with a trembling hand, touching the cold wall where the portrait had once hung. The moment her fingers brushed the surface, a sharp jolt of electricity shot through her, and a cold, harsh whisper echoed in her mind. Amira! Her heart leaped in her chest. She pulled her hand back, her breath shallow. The voice wasn't the same. It was distant, hollow, as if it had come from the very walls themselves, not from the painting. And then she understood. The curse had not just been tied to the painting. It had been tied to the apartment, to her. She stepped back, her eyes wide with realization. The spirit hadn't been released from the portrait, it had only shifted. The painting was the vessel, but the apartment was the true prison. Isolde had become something else, a force of darkness that had permeated everything. The curse wasn't gone, it was simply lying dormant, waiting for the next person to take the painting's place. Amira's breath quickened, and panic began to set in again. She couldn't escape. The apartment, the painting, the spirit, they were all connected. The moment she had touched the painting, she had sealed her fate. The curse had claimed her, whether she wanted to accept it or not. And now, the spirit wasn't just tied to the painting. It was tied to her. She had become a part of it. Her phone buzzed, and Amira nearly jumped out of her skin. She fumbled to answer it, desperate for some connection to the outside world, something that would pull her away from the suffocating isolation of the apartment. Amira? It's Carla. I just wanted to check in with you. How are you doing? Carla's voice, familiar and comforting, cut through the tension, but it also made Amira's heart ache. She couldn't explain what had happened, what was happening. How could she possibly explain the terror she was living? The nightmare that had invaded her life? I'm okay, Amira said, forcing the words out. I just need some time. A lot's happened. Carla was quiet on the other end for a moment. Are you sure? You don't sound okay. If you need anything, anything at all, I'm here for you. Amira didn't answer right away. She stared at the empty space where the painting had been, the shadows from the broken glass still scattered across the floor. She wanted to tell Carla the truth, to scream about the horrors she'd faced, but she couldn't. The curse had tied her to the apartment. It was bound to her, and even though the painting was gone, the presence remained, waiting for her to slip. "Thanks, Carla," Amira finally said, her voice hollow. "I'll call you later." As she hung up, she stared at the phone for a long moment, lost in her thoughts. She couldn't stay here. She needed to leave. But where could she go? The spirit, the curse, they were not just bound to the painting. They had latched onto her, and no matter where she went, she couldn't escape it. The silence in the apartment was almost unbearable now, a quiet that felt like a trap closing in on her. The whispers had died down, but the weight of the curse still hung in the air, like a storm waiting to break. And then, something new happened. A sound, soft at first, but growing louder. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. They echoed down the hallway, as though someone were walking toward her. Amira's heart skipped a beat. She stood frozen, unable to move, unable to breathe. The sound of footsteps grew closer, and she realized with growing horror that she wasn't alone in the apartment. She didn't know how, but she wasn't alone anymore. The footsteps stopped just outside the door, and Amira could feel a presence pressing against her. The apartment felt cold again, the air thick with something darker than it had ever been before. She couldn't bring herself to look, couldn't face whatever was on the other side of the door. But she knew, deep down, it wasn't over. The curse had followed her, and now, it was ready to claim her once again. With a shaky hand, Amira reached for the door handle. She had no choice but to face whatever waited on the other side. The door creaked open, but when Amira stepped through, there was nothing there. Just emptiness. The hall was quiet. Too quiet. The whispers began again. "You can't escape," they hissed. "You belong to us now." Her heart sank. The curse wasn't finished. It wasn't done with her. And she knew, with terrifying clarity, that it never would be. Part 8. The Final Reckoning. The apartment felt colder than ever. Amira stood frozen in the doorway, her heart pounding in her chest. The whispers, once faint and distant, now filled the space around her. They were loud and insistent, as if the very walls were closing in on her. She had hoped that, after everything, after the painting was destroyed, the curse would be over. But she had been wrong. The presence that had once been confined to the portrait had now permeated every corner of the apartment. It wasn't just the spirit of Isolde anymore. No, it had grown. It was something far darker, something she hadn't fully understood. And it was coming for her. The sound of footsteps echoed down the hallway again. Amira's pulse quickened. Her legs felt like lead, her body paralyzed with fear. She wanted to run, to escape, but there was no escape. Not from this. The curse had already consumed her. It had taken hold, and now it wouldn't let go. The whispers grew louder, surrounding her, their words unintelligible but filled with malice. "You cannot leave," they hissed. "You will never be free. You are mine." Amira's hand gripped the doorframe, her knuckles turning white. The terror inside her grew, but a small part of her, the part that had fought to survive, refused to give in. She had already faced the darkness. She had already confronted the spirit. She couldn't let it win. She wouldn't. The whispers shifted, and for the first time, they weren't just in her mind. They were coming from the walls, from the very air around her. They were speaking to her, urging her to listen, to accept what was happening. The spirit's voice, calm and cold, seeped through the air, wrapping around her like a tightening noose. "Help me, or you will join me." Amira's breath caught in her throat. She had to stop it. She had to end this once and for all. But how? The painting was gone. The spirit should have been freed. Why was this still happening? Why was the curse still so powerful? She closed her eyes, trying to block out the whispers, the cold grip of the curse tightening around her heart. The memory of the book, the ritual, flashed in her mind. She had tried everything. She had fought the spirit, tried to free herself. But now, it seemed the only way out was to confront it completely. Amira walked slowly toward the center of the room, her feet heavy as if the very ground was pulling her down. She knew what she had to do. Isolde, she said, her voice barely a whisper. I know what you are now. You are not just a spirit. You are the curse, and I will not be your prisoner. The room seemed to shudder at her words. The air grew colder still, and the whispers became an almost deafening roar. The walls around her seemed to pulse, as though they were alive. The curse, the spirit, was angry, furious at being defied. Leave. Amira shouted, her voice rising in defiance. I won't let you take me. I won't let you take anyone else. For a moment, there was silence. The whispers faded, and Amira thought for a fleeting second that she had succeeded, that the curse had finally been broken. But then, the temperature in the room plummeted, and the painting's outline on the wall flickered once more, glowing faintly. The darkness in the room shifted, and Amira felt something tugging at her, pulling her toward the space where the portrait had once hung. The woman in the painting appeared again, her eyes wild, her expression twisted in agony. But this time, it wasn't just Isolde's face. The face was distorted, merging with another, a shadowy form that seemed to grow from the depths of the painting. The spirit wasn't just Isolde anymore. It was something far worse, something ancient and vengeful, something that had been feeding on the souls of those who had dared to look at the painting. Help me, Amira, the spirit whispered, its voice dark and hollow. Help me, and you will be free. But Amira knew better now. She could feel the weight of the curse, the suffocating grip it had on her, and she knew that if she helped, if she gave in, she would become part of it. She would be another soul trapped in the painting forever. No, Amira said firmly, her voice unwavering. I will never help you. I will never let you take me. The figure in the painting screeched, its image twisting and distorting as the darkness around it grew. The room seemed to shake with the force of the spirit's fury. The walls cracked, and the air grew thick with power, as though the painting itself were alive and feeding on her fear. But Amira refused to back down. She closed her eyes and began to chant the words from the book once more, the ritual she had learned to confront the spirit. Her voice was strong now, cutting through the cacophony of whispers and screams. The darkness fought back, but she pressed on, the words growing louder with each breath. The air crackled with energy, and the painting flickered violently. The spirit's form became more erratic, as though it were being torn apart by the ritual. The whispers turned into shrieks of rage, and for a moment, Amira thought she could feel herself being pulled toward the painting, her body growing cold and heavy. But she didn't stop. I am not yours, she shouted, her voice rising to a fever pitch. You will never control me. With a final, forceful cry, Amira completed the ritual. The room exploded with a burst of light so bright that it blinded her. The painting shattered, its fragments scattering across the floor. The whispers ceased, and the air cleared. The oppressive weight that had hung over her for so long lifted, and the coldness faded away. Amira collapsed to her knees, breathing heavily, her body drained of all energy. The silence that followed was almost deafening, the absence of the curse leaving her disoriented. Slowly, she looked around the room. The painting was gone, its remnants scattered across the floor. The air was warm again, the oppressive presence that had once filled the room completely gone. The curse was broken, but Amira knew it had come at a cost. She had confronted the darkness head-on, and in doing so, she had freed herself. But at what price? The spirit was gone, but the memories, the horrors she had faced, would stay with her forever. As Amira stood, wiping the sweat from her brow, she felt an unsettling stillness in the room. It was over. The painting was gone. The curse was broken. But the question lingered in her mind. What had truly been set free? Part 9. The Unseen Shadow. Amira awoke the next morning to the soft, golden light of dawn streaming through the window. She blinked, disoriented, as though she had just woken from a long and restless sleep. Her head was pounding, and the room around her felt unfamiliar. It was as though she had been living in a fog for days, unable to distinguish reality from the darkness that had consumed her life. The remnants of the shattered portrait lay scattered across the floor, shards of glass, broken wood, and torn canvas. The room, once filled with an oppressive cold, was now warm and quiet. The whispers were gone, replaced by the soft hum of life outside the window. The apartment felt different, lighter, almost. But the sense of relief didn't last long. As Amira slowly sat up, she noticed something strange. The room wasn't just quiet, it was too still, too perfect. The shadows on the walls didn't seem to move as they should, and the light from the window cast an eerie glow across the room. The air felt thick, as though something was lurking just out of sight, watching her. She rose unsteadily to her feet, her body still feeling weak from the events of the past few days. She glanced at the shattered painting once more, her heart heavy with the memory of the curse she had broken. But as she surveyed the room, something caught her eye. A small, black shape near the broken glass. It wasn't a shadow, it was more solid, more real. It seemed to pulse, moving ever so slightly as though it were breathing. Amira's breath caught in her throat. Her mind raced, the terror of the curse threatening to rise once more. But no. She had done it. She had destroyed the painting. The curse was broken. She had freed herself. And yet, there it was, an unsettling presence, something that lingered in the room with her. She walked cautiously toward the dark shape, her hands trembling. It was like a stain, a spot on the floor that couldn't be wiped away, a shadow that refused to fade. As she knelt closer, she could see it more clearly. The shape wasn't entirely solid. It flickered, like a shadow in the corner of her vision, but it was unmistakably there. Amira reached out cautiously, her fingers brushing the dark shape. It was cold to the touch, like ice. She recoiled instantly, the chill shooting up her spine. She stood up quickly, her heart hammering in her chest. What was this? How could something still be here? A whisper rose in the room, faint but unmistakable. It wasn't the voice of a soul, it was darker, colder, and more sinister. Amira, it whispered, the voice sliding under her skin like a knife. You cannot escape what you have unleashed. Amira gasped, her breath catching in her throat. No, she couldn't let this happen again. The curse was broken. The spirit was gone. It had to be. But the voice was back. The presence, the shadow, was still there. And this time, it wasn't just a spirit. It was something else. Something older, something that had been lying dormant, feeding off the curse, waiting for the right moment to strike. The figure in the corner of the room seemed to grow larger, more defined, as though it were taking shape. It flickered and shimmered like an old photograph coming to life. Amira stepped back, her pulse racing. The shadow moved toward her, not in the way a normal person would move. It glided, slowly, deliberately, and then, it spoke again. You thought you could break the curse. You thought you could free yourself. But the curse was never about the painting. It was about you. Amira froze, the realization hitting her like a punch to the gut. The curse had never been confined to the portrait. It wasn't just a souled spirit, nor was it even Nightshade's obsession. It was something much darker. The painting had merely been a vessel, a conduit for something far older, something that had been bound by the curse for centuries. She hadn't broken the curse, she had only disrupted it. She had freed the spirit, but in doing so, she had unknowingly released something much worse. I am the shadow that waits, the voice hissed, now louder, more insistent. I am the one who has fed on your fear, on your hopes, on your regrets. You have been mine from the moment you touched the portrait, and now, you will never leave. The figure in the corner of the room surged forward, a twisting mass of shadow and darkness. Amira stumbled backward, fear flooding her veins. She didn't know what it was, but she knew it was coming for her. It was alive, and it was angry. No! Amira cried out, backing away toward the door. I won't let you. But the figure reached her before she could escape. A cold hand brushed against her arm, sending a jolt of icy terror through her. The room spun, and Amira fell to her knees, gasping for breath. "You can't run," the voice whispered. "You can't hide. You are mine." The curse was never broken. It was only waiting for you to set it free. The shadow wrapped around her, its cold tendrils tightening around her body. Amira tried to scream, but no sound escaped her lips. She felt herself being pulled into the darkness, her body growing heavy, her mind clouded with a terrifying sense of inevitability. But then, through the darkness, a spark of something flickered in her chest. It was faint, but it was there. A memory. A spark of defiance. Amira's eyes snapped open, and she realized she wasn't just a victim of the curse. She was its creator. The moment she had touched the portrait, she had connected with it, had become part of it. She had unlocked something that was never meant to be freed. But she could still fight. She had to. With everything she had left, Amira reached deep within herself, summoning every ounce of strength she could muster. She called on the power of her will, her determination, her refusal to give in. "I will not be yours," she whispered through gritted teeth. And with that, she fought back. The room shook violently, and the shadows screamed in agony as the light from the street outside flickered through the window. The presence, the darkness, recoiled from her, its grip loosening as she pushed back with every ounce of strength she had. The shadows began to twist and dissipate, the room slowly returning to normal, the oppressive feeling lifting as the curse began to break once again. Amira's body trembled as the last of the darkness faded. The whispering ceased. The figure was gone. The curse was finally broken. But Amira knew, deep down, that it would never truly be gone. The darkness would always be there, lurking in the shadows. She had freed herself, but the memory of the curse would stay with her forever. As the room returned to silence, Amira stood shakily, her heart still racing. The curse had been broken, but at what cost? She didn't know. All she knew was that she had to leave. She couldn't stay here any longer. The apartment, the painting, the curse, it had all been too much. With one final glance at the empty wall where the portrait had once hung, Amira turned and walked out of the apartment, the door closing behind her with a soft click. She didn't look back. Part 10. The Endless Reflection. Amira didn't know where to go. She walked aimlessly through the streets, her mind clouded by the events of the past few days. The curse, the spirit, the endless whispers that had followed her, they all felt like distant memories now, like fragments of a nightmare she had barely survived. But the truth was undeniable. No matter how far she ran, no matter how much time passed, she would never escape what had happened. She had left the apartment, but a part of her felt tethered to it, as if she were still trapped within the walls of that cursed place. Her heart ached with the weight of the decision she had made, the choice to destroy the painting and free the spirit, only to realize that the curse had never truly been broken. She had freed herself, yes, but she had also opened the door to something far darker. She had learned that the curse wasn't just about the painting. It was about her. The moment she touched the portrait, she had unwittingly become a part of it. The spirit, the darkness, had been bound to the apartment, but it had also been bound to her. And now, no matter where she went, it would follow her. The curse would always find a way to claim her. The streets were crowded with people, but Amira felt more alone than ever. The city around her seemed distant, unreal. She walked past familiar shops and buildings, but nothing seemed to matter anymore. The weight of the curse was too heavy, too suffocating. She had tried to fight it, to break free, but now she understood the truth. She couldn't escape. The curse would follow her for the rest of her life. Hours passed before Amira realized she had walked to the outskirts of the city. The skyline was a distant blur, and the streets had become quieter. She stopped in front of an old church, its stone steps weathered by time. The door was cracked open, and a faint light spilled from within. For some reason, she felt drawn to it. Something inside her told her that this was where she needed to be. She hesitated for a moment, but then, without thinking, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. The church was dark, the only light coming from a small candle flickering at the altar. The air was cool, the scent of incense heavy in the air. It felt peaceful. For the first time in days, Amira felt a sense of calm wash over her. The weight on her chest seemed to lighten, if only for a moment. She walked down the aisle, her footsteps echoing in the empty church. Her mind was still racing, but there was something about this place that made her feel as though she could think clearly. She stood in front of the altar, her hands trembling as she clasped them together. "Please," she whispered to herself. "I need to understand. I need to know how to end this, once and for all." As if in response, a soft voice spoke from the shadows behind her. "You can't end it." Amira spun around, her heart leaping into her throat. Standing in the doorway was an old man, his face hidden in the shadows. His eyes glinted in the dim light, and he wore a worn robe, his hands clasped together in front of him. "You've already tried," the man continued, stepping forward. "You think you can break the curse, but it's not something you can destroy. It's a part of you now. It always has been." Amira stared at him, her breath catching. "Who are you? What do you mean?" "I've broken the curse. I destroyed the painting. The spirit is gone." The old man shook his head, his voice low and calm. "You don't understand. The curse was never about the painting. It's about the connection you formed, the bloodline that ties you to it. Elias Nightshade's curse isn't something that can be destroyed by force. It lives inside you now, in your very soul." Amira's heart pounded in her chest. "But the painting is gone. The spirit is free. I've broken it. Haven't I?" "No," the man said, his gaze piercing through her. "You think you've freed yourself, but you haven't. You've only become part of it. The curse was never contained in the painting. It was always inside you. That is the nature of Nightshade's work. His paintings weren't just art. They were gateways. Gateways to the spirit world. And once you entered that world, you became bound to it." Amira shook her head, her mind reeling. "No, I can't be a part of this. I can't." "You already are," the man interrupted, his voice softening. "But there is a way to break free. It is not through force, but through acceptance." "Acceptance?" Amira echoed. "What do you mean?" The old man stepped closer, his presence calming yet unnerving. "You must face the curse, not fight it. The spirit, Isolde, was never the true force behind the curse. The curse is about the cycle of death, obsession, and rebirth. Nightshade's paintings were a tool, a way to trap the souls of the living and the dead, to feed on their fears. But it's not just the painting that holds the curse. It is the bloodline of those who possess it." Amira swallowed hard. "But I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for the curse." The man nodded slowly. "No one ever does. But it is part of you now. And until you confront it, you will always be tied to it. You must accept that the curse is within you, not outside of you. Only then can you truly break free." Amira's thoughts were in turmoil. She had tried to fight the curse, to destroy the painting, to free herself. But the more she listened to the old man, the more she understood the truth. The curse wasn't something that could be destroyed. It was part of her, woven into the fabric of her very being. Tears filled her eyes. "How do I break free? How do I end this?" The old man placed a hand on her shoulder, his touch surprisingly gentle. "You must let go. Release the need to fight it. The curse feeds on your fear, your resistance. Only when you accept it as part of you, only when you let go of the anger and fear, will you be free." Amira closed her eyes, her heart heavy with the weight of his words. She had spent so much time running, so much time trying to destroy what had already become a part of her. The painting, the spirit, the curse. She had fought against it, but she realized now that the more she resisted, the stronger it became. Taking a deep breath, Amira let go. She let go of the fear, the anger, the need to fight. She accepted the curse, the dark history that had been passed down through generations. It wasn't hers to destroy, it was hers to embrace. The room seemed to grow still. The whispers faded away, and the tension that had been choking her lifted. The air in the church grew warm, the light from the candle flickering brighter. The weight on her chest eased, and for the first time since she had found the painting, Amira felt truly free. The old man nodded, as if he had known all along that this was the path she had to take. "You are free now," he said softly. "Not because you destroyed the curse, but because you accepted it. The curse will always be a part of you, but now, it no longer has power over you." Amira looked at him, her eyes filled with understanding. "Thank you." The old man smiled faintly. The curse was never about the painting. It was always about the one who touched it. "And now, you can walk away." Amira nodded, her heart finally at peace. She had been part of the curse, but now, she had broken free. The shadow, the darkness, was no longer a part of her. She was free to live her life without the weight of the past hanging over her. As she stepped out of the church and into the sunlight, Amira felt a lightness in her step. The world seemed brighter, the air fresher,